Good morning, Sister T. Interesting. He's letting me get my hand a little closer and closer to her, but I'm scared to get it too close because I don't want her to swipe me. Tux is under there too. I could hear him meowing. She wasn't letting him out. He was staying in the way of the hole so he couldn't get to it. She doesn't meow. She only hisses. But she really is packing on the weight now. Tells me Tux is right there. Watch him. Uh-oh. Fuck. Like I'm watching. Maybe I should move the bowl down a little bit away from the hole. You can't get out. Stop smelling me. Go on. I only got 3 cans left, so it's gotta be enough for the day. I could always put down a little bit of Simon's food, but 3 cans probably be enough for the day. Been picky lately. Morning, Ted. She definitely goes for that water first. Extra tablespoon of water I put on there. What I do is I put the water in the can and then I try to get as much flavoring out of the can onto the water and I dump it in. Sweet peas, I go a step further. I actually rub the whole inside of the can with her water and get the remnants off of the can to make the water more flavorful. Try not to cut my finger. Also sprinkle nutritional yeast onto everything, just a little dusting. Gives everything a little more flavor, especially that juice. And some mornings I wish I drank coffee. She is guarding that hole, ain't she? Alright, well, I'm going to put a second bowl out. Hopefully, it'll get Tux to be able to eat a little something. Give me that. Oh, did this go off? Oh, did it? The alarm go off? That's my phone for nothing, maybe. Um, so apparently he went back under the house and he came out. His face does look a little better. It doesn't have all the scabs. It just has like a little discoloration, but it's not scabbed up like it was. Maybe that was a flea thing. It's interesting she's letting him eat though. I wonder if it's because like he's kind of a badass, or she's being nice. Dude, he's fit. He's got his muscle tone feels good. The way I see him jumping these trees too, he's athletic. I'm gonna put the cage together today and put it out there. Getting a little faster than normal. I thought they were about to get in a big fight. I hurried up. Was not expecting to see him eating when I got out there. He wants to play with my phone. He was hungry this morning. Jeez. Sometimes I wonder if the people really aren't feeding these cats very much or something. Like some days they do, some days they don't. Ducks went across the street and he was hanging out with another tuxedo. Pretty sure that's my neighbor's cat from across the street that I'm feeding every day.
Tonight, a near catastrophic story with a picture-perfect ending. A missing cat's unbelievable journey home. How cute is that cat? So this California cat went missing months ago in a different state, and it was found in Roseville.
Yeah, this is a story you gotta see to believe. Your reporter covering Placer County, Brady Halbleib, has more on this cat's journey. Yes, from Yellowstone to Roseville and back to its home in Salinas.
I just hear this yowling.
It was July 1st when Alex Bitts stopped right here on her way into work after she heard what she calls a cat yowling.
Cats don't generally yowl like that unless there's something wrong.
She went down into this drainage ditch outside of Sutter Roseville Hospital to find this cat barely holding on to life.
It took a while for me to actually get the cat close enough to see it.
As an animal lover at heart, Alex did what she says was the right thing to do. So she DoorDashed canned cat food to work and brought a cup of fresh water during her break.
As soon as I opened that first can, he did poke his head up and he recognized the sound. So to me, that indicated that he was a pet.
The next day, Alex returned with more food and a dog kennel. She was able to get the cat inside and she took it home, nurtured it for a few days before taking the cat to Placer SPCA.
It was the hardest thing we had to do.
1 month before, Suzanne and Ben Anguiano were camping in Yellowstone with their 2 cats. While transferring them from the truck to the camper, their cat Rainbow escaped, running off into the woods, and park rangers there didn't give them any encouraging news.
He goes, good luck. If your cat doesn't make it home tonight, good luck.
After searching for 5 days, they had to give up and return to their home in Salinas.
I felt like I was abandoning him.
Now here's where things get wild. After being surrendered to the SPCA, the cat was scanned for a microchip, revealing it was registered to Suzanne.
I still didn't believe it. I said, okay, you have to describe him to me, because it was so overwhelming that this could be true.
The theory is Rain hitched a ride knowingly or unknowingly with someone who happened to live in Roseville.
It says God has placed all the little, as we look back,
Signs.
all the signs
Yeah.
were there.
Allowing the pieces to line up for Rain to be found by Alex.
Things lined up the way that they were supposed to, that it wasn't me necessarily, but somebody working through me.
Wow, Alex went above and beyond.
Yes.
You said it, how many people would have heard the cat and just assumed it was... Yeah.
And done what she did. If cats could talk. I said that the first time I heard this story.
Yeah.
She'd probably have a story.
She'd probably say, next time go camping without me. I'm good here.
I'll wait for you to be back.
Very cool, though. Very
Great
nice.
story, Brady.
What time is it?
Skin folks don't make us. Skin folks don't make us kin folks.
Sure do not, honey.
And sometimes dirt is thicker than blood, if you know what I'm saying.
We really would love to know what your plan is to help lower the cost of living.
Yeah.
We need to sort of play catch up.
But again, I think it humanizes the vice president and business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. I support buybacks, and it's something I'm so passionate about and so looking forward to being president to address. We've got to deal with this.
How mandatory is your gun buyback program?
It's mandatory. It's mandatory.
Elon Musk's cooperation and/or
Can you tell me what a woman is? Because clearly you're really confused.
You can always tell something about somebody's
Integrity, based on the stories that they tell. See, I don't know how to fix this Jeep Wrangler. Do that.
All right, so we're gonna get into skin folks don't make kin folks. I get it. I mean, we don't have to be all the same, right? We're not. Clearly, let's take a gander.
Now, I told y'all when y'all come for me, I come back and sense.
Get it.
People like to think they slick.
Look at that
I
tongue
need to come
go.
out here and show them I do oil changes now. We're going to address this. We lost another one to the coat. First of all, who is another one? Because I don't even know you. When were we together? Skin folks don't make us kin folks.
That was the best line of the day, wasn't it? I guess people that the Democrats took for granted forever are just over it, right? They're like, skin folks don't make kin folks, son.
And sometimes dirt is thicker than blood, if you know what I'm saying.
Damn.
So how could you lose somebody you don't know? How many of my bills have you paid? How many children do I got? Do you even know that? No, you don't.
Nope.
So we ain't lost nothing. And then you're going to say, we lost another one to the coat. The only hateful, evil, vile, occultic type of people is yourself. Because you're trying to make people who look like you vote for somebody who, under false pretense, supposed to be like you. Is you out of your mind? We cannot be this ignorant in this day and age.
I 100% agree. Did that video here about the fail when they got the independent, undecided black voters in Atlanta.
See, one was a Juice or
I
what?
support Harris. Now, is
There
this
we
true? Somebody said in the comments, I got the black pill going. I'm a doomer. Well, I think we need to have more people speaking out about this on the non-left. The left on YouTube does constant attack ads. They're effective. They go viral. People retweet, share their videos. Non-left doesn't do it as much. Just the facts, right? We're up against a media apparatus that will win. If it's close, it's a lose, right? It's a lose. Hold on, skin folks.
Cannot be this ignorant in this day and age. I'm not voting for anybody else based on their color. And let me explain to you what I mean. The only time that I have ever voted was in 2008, ignorantly, blindly, based on color. I did not know anything about Barack Obama until the night he was elected.
Wow.
And God opened up my eyes and showed me he was everything anti-God. He was a whole demon. And his policies proved to be so. So I vowed that I would never, ever vote in any political party ever again. I can legislate in the spirit realm. You understand me? Because that's where real work takes place.
How you doing?
However, y'all pushing me over there to the cult. Patriots, can I be a part of y'all cult? That's what they call y'all.
Yes, fine lady. You're not part of the cult. You're part of this normal people who don't want to vote themselves into impoverishment, into subjugation, into being told what to think.
Oh.
Yes, fine lady. It's not a cult. It's normal people.
Hey.
We're outside the cult. We left. We said no to the Kool-Aid. We didn't want to wear the tracksuit and go to the Heaven's Gate cult.
A cult. The same people walking around here calling this man a racist, but in the same token say his color of his skin is orange and call him racist when they really racist. Most vile and evilest people that will attack their own kind. because they won't go the way that they want them to go. No, I'm not no sucker.
No.
Lollipops get licked, and I'm not one. These people policies put my son in the dirt, for your information, and hundreds of thousands of other parents are bleeding.
Wow.
Life sentences of pain behind their policies. So you go right on ahead and vote Kamala. I'm going to be right behind you with a force, voting her arse right on up out of there.
All right.
She not even going to make it, period. She not even going to make it. And we can come back and have that conversation when she does not. But for right now, you patriots, can I come and be a part of y'all code? Because I'm leaning, okay? I don't care if it's Ronald Reagan, John F. Kennedy.
Those were all just normal working people, whatever you look like. This America we have now wasn't the same way in the 70s. My friends were all type. I didn't even think about it. There's American guys in the street I played sports with. Barack Obama ripped the country in two on this pretend race argument nonstop with poor people. What do I mean? If you're poor, like I was, you have everything in common with your neighbor. They can look like all sorts of things, but you don't find a reason to disagree because you're equally broke, like the working poor. My mother didn't get EBT or welfare, that shit, Medicaid. Nope, she wouldn't do it.
Donald Trump, anybody except that party. Can I come and join y'all code?
Yes.
Let me know in the comment section below, and let him know too.
Well, follow this fine lady. I'll try to zoom in. She's part of the club. I don't have to be a patriot, whatever you want to call it. I don't think of myself necessarily as I am a patriot, but I don't like being labeled. It's just I'm voting. I don't want to vote into my subjugation. People will say I'm the problem. Went through death and despair for the unpoked. If you didn't vote for me, you ain't black. Or wrong one. I don't know what she feels about that. I'll have to talk to her. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Remember that comment? I wonder what she thinks about that. I think she's smart enough to figure out who to vote for. She said that, right? She's like, I'll vote for who I want. I don't need to be on the Democratic plantation the rest of my life. Effectively, that's what they got going. What do you think about her? Is there more of this? Am I missing it? Again, somebody said I was black-pilled. Doomer. I think it's important to, get out and sound the alarm. It's close. People motivated. It's not the time for the culture war. Tim Pool. I like Tim, but, that was a thing. I think Tim's realized they're coming for you. Daily Wire, they were talking about Kamala Harris. They got Brett Cooper. Gen Z, perfect for Gen Z. They don't use her for any of that. They created her, and they don't even do SNL Kamala skits, showing young people what she really is. They don't do that. Veteran Biker and I looked at all the people on the non-left, and they're not coming for Kamala. Attack ads, let me get out of my mouth, work. Why do I know that? How do I know that? Because they're spending billions on Kamala and Trump, spending billions on attack ads. Meanwhile, the non-left are, just be nice, Robert Rules of Order. It doesn't work, man. Remember, 81 million votes, 2020. More than Barack Hussein Obama by 10 million. That was Joe Biden. Kamala may get 101 million votes. That could happen for real.
Marching away and, shouting and all of that. And then I think it was my Uncle Freddie, looked down and looked in the stroller, which was empty, and said, "Where's Kamala?" And apparently they left me like a block behind. I'd fallen out the stroller.
Harris come across then? How did she do up against him? Hand up if you think the economy was better under Trump. And hands up if you think the economy is better under Biden and Harris. Okay, 7-1.
Poor hubby.
Like I said, she used a lot of appealing to emotion.
She's not sitting down for regular interviews or fielding questions from the press.
She's a very busy person. TPS is for people who are fleeing countries where they are at risk of being killed or there is an
and the first word is temporary.
But people who are convicted in prison, like the Boston Marathon bomber, on death row, people who are convicted of sexual assault, they should be able to vote?
I think we should have that conversation.
Okay.
Hand up if you think the economy is better under Trump. And hands up if you think the economy is better under Biden and Harris. Right. Okay, it's 7-1. That's pretty clear.
It's the truth.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's like, of course, yeah, like I do say, he has best. He still has a business mindset. I think that lended somewhat, and I think yes, the trickle down of whatever previous.
So undecided voters in Atlanta. That's what we have here. African American voters. Kamala thinks she's got these in the bag. You saw the intro part there. They're not happy with the economy. They got to pay their bills. Does joy and opportunity pay the bill? I doubt it.
Stuff, and I think he just handles certain things a little better.
Who does?
Trump.
Les?
He provided more jobs, more opportunities, stimulus. Even though he didn't have any experience in politics, but he came in and did a much better job. If you look at the statistics now, we're far more worse now than we were before.
Firstly, I just want to ask a general question about Harris. Then we're going to show some clips for the debate. What's your biggest hesitation about voting for Kamala Harris?
Just, is she going to be able to do the things that she says she's going to be able to do? That's, you know what I mean? Just, is she going to be able to do it?
Yeah.
That's my big hesitation. Just, is she going to be able to get it past Congress? You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yep.
You know.
Mikhail, how about you?
Everything that glitters ain't gold. Very, it looks great on paper, but I'm not sure it could translate to politics, and if she'll even be able to get it passed.
Haywood?
My thing is her strength. That's my focus for her. You know, is she gonna be able to take a punch and give one or two back? You know, that's my biggest thing, and it has nothing to do.
Everything that glitters not gold. Boy, she's on target there, isn't she? Opportunity economy, 100 million people get a tax break. It seems like you're getting sold a used car. It's going to break down in a week.
Do with her gender, ladies. Okay, but you have. We talking about the highest office in the land.
Yeah. If it was Michelle Obama, I would. You feel totally different.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't be weak and hold that off.
Yeah, like if you put her next to Michelle Obama, it's like,
or Hillary Clinton,
or Hillary Clinton, it's like it's no comparison on the strength that I think Michelle Obama or Hillary Clinton would have against her. They would eat her up.
How did Harris come across then? How did she do up against him? Haywood says there, you know, big personality. How did she do? How did she come across?
She kept saying that she's a warrior, she's gonna fight, but I don't know if you're a strong ass. I mean, I get it what you feel, but I don't think you are as like a warrior, like fighter, like she says she is.
Right.
That's.
Well, they're not believing on the warrior comment. I mean, who believes that to start with? I know she's a prosecutor. I know she's a middle class kid. I know those things. I know she likes communities, community banks, and the children belong to the community. I know that. There's a few things I do know for sure. She makes the best greens in the South. I know that too.
It's just my opinion. Not that I don't think she doesn't care. And like I said, she used a lot of appealing to emotion, like anecdotal, like anecdotal evidence instead of like, you know, she used some facts, but just like to like appeal to people like, hey, you know, I'm just like, you know, to try to get people on her side.
How to pronounce Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Advantage of the wonders of the world and their.
No, I don't think the bar was set pretty high when it comes to that. When it comes to her speaking, I believe the last debate with Biden set it really low. So I believe she did a lot better than Biden. But that's pretty much what I got. And then
they're both old. Biden is old.
That was pretty good, right? The bar was set low with Biden, so she did better. They weren't going to let Biden go forward after that debate. If they had to have a second one, Biden, holy shnikes, Batman, he wasn't capable of articulating a sentence. Fella's being very polite.
Trump was old. We need to get some young folks in there that knows, you know, have an idea of what's going on now. So that's my
Yeah, it was several times where he kept like referring to her as they. Like he almost didn't even address her. Like he kept saying that. He didn't say her name at all.
Yeah, like that's your boss. Basically, that's your boss. Like you're just doing what Biden wants to do.
Yeah, and it does make you wonder, right? Because it's kind of like he's saying stuff like y'all just ousted him, and I'm like, that's not what happened. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, what if that is what happened? Like now she's the figurehead, you know. So it's difficult to jump on.
That is what happened, right? Biden was told to step down. He did terrible in the debate. People with money said, we're not going to back you anymore. The big players said, we're not going to back you and give you money unless you step down. I mean, that was reported in mainstream media, so I think she's onto something.
On board 100% because you do kind of, like you've seen it. We've lived through now, you know, multiple elections and we've seen how they turned out. So as a person, I do think she's a better person than he is overall character-wise. And that's why, you know, more people I think are leaning towards her. I don't know if that 100% means she'll do a better job in the office.
No.
Final question on Harris in this debate then. From what you've seen so far, pick your hand up if you think she's strong enough. Keep your hand down if you've got doubts whether she's strong enough. So put your hand up if you think Harris is strong enough.
Yes.
I think she's strong enough.
Yeah, just like enough. Yeah. Just enough. Yeah.
It's just right there. Is that strength that everybody see in the beginning, is it gonna last throughout her 4 years?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know, she looked good against Mr. Trump. I don't know, I didn't see it. But when you had to face these other leaders from these other countries, you know, are you gonna?
Well, she didn't get crushed in other countries. She babbles and speaks in riddles and buzzwords. So these are supposed to be the independent decided voters in Atlanta. Daily Mail, is it real? Polls look terrible for Trump. All of them. Does that mean anything? Did a video here. We said, bro, don't believe it. They're not going to let 2016 happen again. Don't kid yourself. It's not the same even world we're living in. What do you think? If you were at it, put in the comments. I'll screenshot your comment. I'll hold you to it. Who wins this election? If you had to ask me on a wager, and they said, okay, your house is at risk, you have to pick one. I'm thinking Harris. I think the media apparatus controls the messaging, controls what people see and how they're instructed to vote. I hope I'm wrong. Let me know.
He knows how to sell right there. Okay.
As thousands of undocumented immigrants entered the U.S. from the southern border the last couple of years, states like Texas sent busloads of migrants to cities and states with more immigrant-friendly policies. Chicago, Illinois was one of those cities. Since Texas started busing migrants there in 2022, more than 50,000 migrants were brought to the city, with many choosing to stay there. Well, now Chicago public school teachers say they were told by administrators to give migrant students passing grades. The teachers telling WGN Radio they do not speak Spanish, and the students often did not speak English, making communication all but impossible. They also say many schools do not offer any English as a second language support. Despite that, Chicago teachers say they were instructed to give every migrant student a 70% in every subject so they could move on to the next grade. Before Chicago Public Schools was aware teachers had talked to WGN, a spokesperson told the local station CPS held migrant students to the same academic standards as everyone else. However, after the report came out, CPS said its guidelines for promoting students to the next grade are, quote, modified to serve the special needs of English language learners. WGN said a CPS representative said the district could not check whether the teachers' claims were true because the names of the students, schools, and teachers were not given. Remember, you can stay informed on all the biggest stories from across the country and the world by downloading the Straight Arrow News app.
Well, it started out as a routine fishing trip, turned into something special for a Minnesota angler.
Just before heading out, Eric Kofsky heard an unexpected meowing, which led him to find a cat. From there, he had a new companion join him while fishing. Photojournalist Scott Wise caught up with the angler on his new friendship.
We could hear a cat yowling offshore. We just figured it was somebody didn't let their cat in at night. Swam from shore and just came straight towards me. Got him cleaned up and kind of dried off, and he kind of just stuck with me all day and didn't really want to get off the board, and just hung out and started climbing on me and crawling on my back, sitting on my shoulder while I'm fishing, catching a fish. He's on my shoulder. There was times where he was trying to sleep on my shoulder and was like giving me the annoyed look, like he was trying to fall asleep, and you keep moving. Wouldn't be more than a foot away from me the whole time I was loading up my stuff, so I asked him if he wanted to get into the Jeep, and he hopped right in, so he did.
I ended up getting a picture of a little mangy kitten on his paddleboard.
They had it named before he got home.
My one son was like, oh, Fisher would be perfect. He's a really sweet boy. Very loving, very affectionate.
Pulled the cars out of there, and he had free reign of the garage for a while, and then once we got where he's clear with the fleas and stuff like that, we brought him in the house yesterday after his bath, and he's integrating. Some things just happen. You don't get to question them. It just happens.
There was bigger things at play, and I think that he was meant to find Eric, for whatever that means. He was meant to come here. We didn't want a cat, but we want him. You know, he's found his place here. He's ours.
How can you not love that?
No.
Oh.
Nobody ever really wants a cat, it seems, and then the cat finds them.
Yeah, right. That was meant to be.
Happened with Simon and happened with this one. Dude, aliens are in control of these things, and they put them in our lives so that they can control us, and that's why Toxoplasma gondii is a thing. It helps them control us with the cats. Why are there so many stories like that? And the cat's making it back home halfway across the country. That's because the aliens know where home is. Think that cat knew how to get home? Come on, man. I'm not saying there's not a God by saying there are aliens, Sister T. I don't know why you assume that there can't be both. God made the aliens. Are you happy now? Aliens are what people think are evil spirits or angels. They interact with us. What do you not understand? Why do you keep saying that? Who made the aliens? I'll get it. You act like God didn't give angels and demons any power at all, and that we couldn't misunderstand what an angel and a demon is when we don't know what an alien is. We didn't think in the past that there was a possibility of there being other planets. What do you mean? Who the fuck knows much about aliens? What do you mean? You don't know shit about God. You don't know. I mean, come on. All you know is what humans have told you about it. I know God. I have a guy. We talk to each other. Are you fucking kidding me right now? And this God has came to your house and had a fucking sit-down conversation with you, and you actually looking at a being and you're having a back and forth dialogue that other people can come listen to also, not just your crazy ass because you got schizophrenia or some shit. You're hearing voices. And they don't know shit about God either. They know what historians have decided is the translation of the Bible and sea scrolls. At a time when those things were pretty much the only entertainment we had. Talking about, it's not crazy at all. What are you talking about? It's no more crazy than believing in some magical fairy man in the sky that can banish you to hell if he wants to, or let you come and live in heaven happily ever after. The fuck? The Toltec Indians believe, I said it last night, that Earth is where heaven and hell is, and it's what you make it as a human. We all make our own heaven, or we can make this hell, or we can make this heaven. We're the gods almost here, because we're at the top. We get to decide. We have free will. We can decide whether this heaven or hell with our attitude, with our. So, why are they allowed to believe that? Are they going to hell because they don't believe in the Jesus God? Oh no, they don't have to because they haven't heard of the Jesus God, so they get the pass. So there's going to be just a whole bunch of crazy tribal people trying to fucking eat us and shit when we're up there because that's okay in their world. And like all of it, fuck out of here with that shit, man. When the Bible was written, they didn't even understand like that there were so many tribes that believed in different types of religions that didn't have that monolithic God. They might have believed it. What about Hindus? They believe in 100,000, 100 million gods. Are they all going? All Hindus are going to hell now. How many Hindu people there are? Hundreds of millions, probably. Let's see. How many Hindus in the world? 1.2 billion Hindus are in the world. Are they all going to hell? And that's just right now. They're all dying. They're living. They're dying. They're living. It's continually like. I don't know what you believe. Well, okay. You're not explaining it either. I explain every day how I believe. No gods before me. We got Jesus. Some got Muhammad. I stick with the one. Yeah. So you believe that all Hindus that don't believe that are going to hell, are going to Jesus hell or Muslim hell. People really need to do DMT. People that believe that need to do DMT. Because the meditation techniques that these religions have the ability to push them into DMT realm. They have the ability to actually break through as if they did a full 3-toke dose of DMT. Christianity doesn't do that. Well, I take that back. I think Moses did do that. I think when Moses went up on Mount Sinai, which has Syrian rue seeds all over it, which they can make bread out of, as well as wood containing DMT, Acacia confucia is all over that area. And it was a sacred wood at the time that they built tabernacles out of and shit, even though it wasn't rare. All it would take is eating Syrian rue bread while having a fire burning Acacia confucia, because maybe that's all the wood that was up there and he needed to make a fire. And if you inhale that smoke while being sleep deprived, while having Syrian roux in your system, while being food deprived somewhat. So like you're taking in it would, I think, if you take like psychedelics on an empty stomach, they tend to be stronger, especially if they're edible. And a Syrian roux would probably be stronger if that's all you're eating. And I think he was tripping balls up there when he did the 10 Commandments. The burning bush, also tripping balls. They didn't understand any of that. They didn't understand psychedelics. They understand how some mushrooms got you into the spirit world, and some they didn't understand any of it. So they eat a mushroom and makes them trip out. They think God touched that thing. Some believe that mushrooms are actually the forbidden fruit. Why the fuck would it be the apple? Because mushrooms actually open eyes, allow people to question, like people to question religion. They don't want that. They don't want everybody on mushrooms questioning religion, because religion controls the people. Government mandated in the beginning. And they knew that eventually we were going to catch on. We were going to get the forbidden fruit. We were going to see that a lot of what they were teaching is bullshit. And the other day I had the I've Been Everywhere Man guy on. He was in Armenia, and they were talking about how they saw proof of the flood, of Noah's flood. These people were sold on it, dude. After all the debunking of that, people still believe that Noah's flood that happened, and that all the animals of the world got on this one boat. Come on, man. Some people even think it's here. They think that this used to be Israel or some shit, and that the Noah's Ark is somewhere in America. Like, there are some cuckoos out there when it comes to religion. So, no, my aliens or who some think angels controlling cats isn't that far-fetched, is it? Especially considering the Toxoplasma gondii thing and how cats don't need us. They can survive without us, but they choose to plant themselves in our lives. It's just too ironic, man. The two of those. Toxoplasma gondii, and they don't need us, but they choose to. They always. It's like such a prevalent thing. It's the cat. They're like, yeah, a cat chose me. Yeah, cats what they do. They choose people. Isn't that kind of weird? It's not as weird for a dog, because dogs need us more. Cats can survive off eating roaches and flies and shit. Like, they can. Dogs need more substance. They need much more food. Catch mice. Dogs can't catch squirrels and birds and shit. And there have been a lot of times when I made a mistake or I was thinking about doing something maybe financially or going out somewhere or something, and all of a sudden Simon would start acting weird. And like I would be like hell bent on what I was doing, whether it be buy tickets or trade crypto or whatever, and he would just all of a sudden be like, meow, meow, meow. Shut up, Simon, I'm doing this right now. And then I'd do it, and it ended up going sour. I'd be like, man, was he trying to warn me? Was he trying to warn me again? Cats don't even meow to each other. They only meow to humans. Like that thing. Like, what is that? To wrangle us, to move us, to get them to steering us in certain directions. The thing that like, if you haven't done DMT, you don't know the feeling of going to the aliens world. I think that DMT is a technology that allows us to go to them. But weed is a different technology that allows them to come to us. That's why it seems like potheads have like a weaker willpower sometimes. Like it seems like they're maybe they get degenerate when they smoke. I think that those people are being affected by an evil spirit or an evil alien, however you want to word it. And some people, when they smoke, they are more productive. I think those people have a positive spirit or positive alien that's steering them. Because now that they've smoked, they're more... And people would even say that like they're in the spirit world now. Going to the spirit world. Spirits can affect me more easily in this area. Mushrooms are the same way. I believe that they're able to come affect us somewhat with mushrooms too, because it unlocks something. And mushrooms are known for making people very vulnerable, almost like a childlike state with vulnerability. People are able to maybe persuade someone of something more easily. Like you're able to freak someone out on mushrooms. If you want to, you can. You know what I mean? If you want to like get them start tripping out, all you gotta do is start saying certain things that they don't like or something. You can trip somebody out. And that's because they're more vulnerable to outside persuasion. Ayahuasca. I mean, you can try ayahuasca in the States. It's legal. I mean, it's not the ingredients are legal. You can just get kappa leaf, or you can even get extract now for Syrian root. I think extract. You could take that with. I mean, I don't recommend doing ayahuasca. I think if you're going to want to do something that's more appealing and less purge. I haven't done ayahuasca, but everybody that does it purges pretty bad. They do a lot of throwing up. If you want the same feeling of ayahuasca without all the purging, you're going to want to do changa, which is a smokable form of ayahuasca. This is not going through, because ayahuasca has got a lot of plant matter in it. It's hard for the body to digest. So a lot of the purging is due to that. You're fucking swallowing a root bark. But when you smoke chaga, it's an MOA inhibitor, which is what you would put in ayahuasca with the root bark, the DMT containing root bark, and that allows the body to process it much slower, or it doesn't yeah, it like doesn't kill it too or something. Because if you just eat straight DMT, it won't work. You have to have the MOA inhibitor because that keeps the body from breaking it down in the stomach and allows you to absorb it in your intestines. So it's the same thing. But the way the chaga works is it slows down the processing of it in your body through the same type of mechanism, but with smoke. I've always wanted to do chaga because it's supposed to be way less stressful, because you can just like gradually smoke into being broken through, rather than it being like get smacked in the face with DMT. Because, dude, DMT is actually scary. It feels like you're dying. Changa, Changa. Changa is a blend of DMT mixed with monoamine oxidase inhibitor. Changa. What in the fuck, man? Come on, bro. Dude, this is a brand new fucking... and people make blends with it too. They'll put like passion flower in it. They'll put different stuff in it in the Changa blend to make it taste better and have a synergistic effects with it.
The addition of MAOIs extends the DMT experience in duration and intensity when compared with smoking DMT-free base alone. Typically, extracts from DMT-containing plants are combined with a blend of different MAOI-containing herbs, such as the ayahuasca vine, and or leaf or harmala alkaloids from Peganum harmala to create a mix that is 25 to 50% DMT. Changa consists of two primary components, dimethyltryptamine and monoamine oxidase inhibitors. Any number of blend combinations are possible. Doses vary substantially from one sample to the next depending on what ingredients are used and in what ratio. 10 Julian Palmer has written, Changa has been commonly reported to consist of simply Banisteriopsis copy leaf and DMT, and this recipe works very well. Any herb or plant can be used in Changa, and many different herbs are being used by different people around the world in different ratios and blends. It should be kept in mind that the ayahuasca element activates the herbs used, and each new herb may not have the desired effect, or may have an unpredictable effect. So, a classic and original Changa blend that has stood the test of time looks something like this: 30% ayahuasca vine and slash or leaf, 20% mullein, 20% passion flower, 20% peppermint, 5% calendula, 5% blue lotus. 10.
I already have kappa leaf and root bark. I don't think I've ever actually had ayahuasca vine. That's better. Oh no, man! I just know about a couple things. Really interesting. I mean, I extracted DMT. Like I grew mushrooms. I extracted DMT. I was really into psychedelics for a little while. I moved here. Mm-hmm. This probably gonna be the Jesus try DMT gift. Oh man, this probably is. Or this is gonna. Oh, oh, I didn't do it. Oh yeah, no, maybe I do. Just to try. See what comes up with that one. Oh. Simon wants it. Simon wants. I always want to see when you're laying in my lap last week. It doesn't like you having a dull lap next to these. He likes to try to beat me to where I'm going so that I don't know. You want to come up here now? Oh, now you want up here. You just gonna kick her out? What are you gonna do? You see there's a cat here, Simon. You, hey. You could go first. Sure. He was definitely about to jump out. Did you see him down there? Over here? The room here? You just want me to kick her out, huh? Your turn. Oh my goodness, what are you doing? Your butt. That's all he did. He jumped up, smelled her ass, and left. Oh, that got her excited. So, Mama Cat just went back under the house. I don't know if you noticed. She sniffed a plate and went under the house about 3 minutes ago. I kind of wish I was on talking terms with my neighbors so I could ask them if there's another hole under the house somewhere where she's able to escape, or if she's actually hanging out there all freaking day long. What she does at night, like, dude. And I wish I wasn't. I wish I fucking lose everything years ago with the crypto shit. I'd be all like, I would have everything right now. I'd probably have a GoPro set up with audio, a mic. This shit would be top notch right now. It fell apart. Because if I had an outside mic, at least, I wouldn't mind leaving it on at night. Because then it would be content. This is actually an awesome setup. Not with this camera I got going. Because what the fuck is that? Well, hopefully it's not getting sick right now. Somebody's out that fucking cat. Looks fat. Hopefully Mama didn't come out there and kick its ass, dude. I think I've seen this one get chased off before. That might be one of Mama's kittens at one point. They kind of look alike. Look at that tail. Look how short it is. That might be one of her kittens. I think this is that fluffy one that we've seen before, isn't it? I think this is someone's, like, they let it come in maybe. It's probably chipped, it just doesn't have a collar. I've seen it in the alley before. This morning I saw it laying down in the alley. Pretty sure it belongs to someone else in one of the apartments back there. I hope it doesn't get sick by eating after them. Oh, but if she's on the street, she's eating all kinds of shit anyway. It's worse than that, probably. I'm surprised she got the nerve to come back here. Oh. That was interesting. There's a lady walking on the sidewalk, but that's all I just saw. She wasn't even at the sidewalk yet. She wasn't even like next to where she would have been able to see her. She would have eventually if she had stayed there, and that's like 25 feet away or something. She really panicked. That was weird. And she took off like her life depended on it. Tux ain't showing up though. I figured Tux or somebody would be trotting up right now. I think it really was because of that lady. Ironically enough, it was that lady with the dog that sometimes lets it piss on my house. She's pretty nice though. It's a black lady. Her one day I was coming in with some beers, and he was like, "I know that's right," or something like that. Good day for that. It was hot that day or something. It was like, they're cool. They're friendly. But that was her by herself. Like, that's something about living here that it's kind of cool. Like seeing the same people walking by and like being in the city. Like a truck just drove by. If I were, say, in some rural community, very rarely would I see random people. It would always be the same people, unless they had guests, maybe on a holiday or something. Maybe, I mean, you see like Uber drivers and shit probably delivering stuff. All the different delivery services maybe now. So it's a little different than it would have been just 10 years ago. Sure, there was Uber 10 years ago, but I don't think that they were incorporating Uber drivers to deliver packages back then, as well as all these other ones that are delivering packages. It was just Amazon 10 years ago. So now, like, yeah, back then you would see like the mail truck, the Amazon truck, probably FedEx, stuff like that, UPS. But now there's probably a lot more random traffic because of how they're letting us deliver shit now. You had pizza delivery drivers back in the day too. But that was about it. Cabs. 10 years ago. Yeah, Uber and Lyft were around though back then. You go back 20 years though, they weren't. And it was all official vehicles, and if you were doing something like delivering pizzas, usually you'd have a topper on top of your car, which is massive and sometimes even lit up, so everybody can tell like you're not up to no good. You're you're there for like official. Like, who's gonna have this big ass topper just to randomly put on their car? You didn't have like people. I'd never heard of anybody using one of those to like do something nefarious back in the day. And I probably accidentally took my motherfucking thing home once or twice, and I was pissed off about it too because I had to deal with like not letting it get stolen. It was this big like triangle plastic thing that would just like bump. I had a convertible though, so I had to put it on my trunk. But most were like official like that. Nowadays, dude, you got so many different random people, and that really opens it up. It opens it up for crime more so because it's desensitized us to random car traffic. You used to, if you saw some random cars driving through your neighborhood, you'd be like, "Hey, who's that? I've seen them before." Now we don't even look anymore because everybody's a delivery driver in their spare time. Very interesting. And you can't even hardly tell. They have a little bitty Uber sticker in the back, maybe, or whatever, DoorDash sticker, whatever it is, a Lyft. It's small though. It's not like it used to be on top of the car. You had to display it. I don't know if you had to, but they did. That way, when you're pulling up in someone's driveway, they see this lit up thing on your car and they know, oh, pizza guy's here. Not like, oh, I think it's a pizza guy. Car just pulled up. Hopefully it is. Why don't we make them do something like that? They can be so nonchalant with the signage. I don't even know if it has to be lit up or not at night. Because I know some of them they'll have one that lights up. Very interesting. And then we got these audit motherfuckers, the audit channels that like to put their cameras and push the boundaries of things. So we got them at the same time as being desensitized to the excess cars, excess traffic that we now have in our neighborhoods. It's happening everywhere. Everybody's trying to make that quick buck, trying to make that extra hustle on doing the delivery service, whether it be people or food. Very interesting. It's like, man, that's eventually. I feel like that's making us vulnerable to an attack because we're not as vigilant, or we're not taking as much effort in being situationally aware to who's coming in and out of our neighborhoods. Luckily, a lot of people have Ring cameras and whatnot, but I think we're starting to rely on that shit. And the government can get your Ring camera information from the cloud service. I think they can subpoena it and use it against you in court. And that's kind of fucked too. Communists would want that type of shit, wouldn't they? Some Chinese shit, actually. Kind of scary. That's where we're headed, though. And we're doing it because we want to. I mean, look at all this 23andMe shit that we're giving away. I haven't done it, but if your family member's done it, they've given away your rights. You itchy? When he was licking. Because they use that database to solve crimes and to connect the dots with shit with DNA that would normally need either a warrant, a subpoena, or whatever, or you would have to have gotten a felony to be in that database. But if any of your relatives, your immediate relatives, have done a 23andMe or the likes of them, then your DNA is in a database now. Not wild how they did that. They really did, but they didn't get our approval on that, man. How did they do that? How did they? They didn't get our approval though. Dude, my shit's in the database anyway, so it's whatever. It kind of sucks being in the database, but now it's funny that all of you are in the database too, and you didn't even do anything to get in it. Dude, have you seen? We watched a video the other day where this old man, shot down a Walmart drone. Apparently Walmart drones are delivering stuff to people's houses with ropes or something. They arrested him, man. They charged him with a bunch of shit. Apparently it's a felony. He said it was in his yard though, and he only shot one time, and he shot it and it did like $10,000 worth of damage apparently. But they took him to jail. He was even an ex-firefighter captain. Like, damn, bro. He said he thought it was spying on him. Some kids, they were like, his wife was about to go in the tub, or not in the tub, the pool, and she didn't even feel comfortable going in because that thing was hovering for so long there. They got all his. He thought that they were just trying to be friendly. He didn't understand that they were just collecting evidence enough so that they get arrested. Like, where's the casing, sir? Yeah, don't touch it, though. Don't touch it if you find it, sir. He didn't understand when they said that they're like, right there. He should have been like, what? Hold up. What do you mean don't touch it? Why can I touch it? It's my casing. What do you need to... What do you need it for? We gotta have to take... And then they started asking him if they're gonna have to take his gun. All that would have been like, oh no. What's going on right now? No, I don't know where it's at. You're gonna have to get a warrant for that. What's going on here? You know, what the fuck? People think that talking to the cops is gonna help them. Nope. I don't even answer the fucking door. If cops knocked on my door, I wouldn't answer it. I'd be like, oh, nope, not doing that. It wouldn't be the first time I've done that. Hell no. Here's a case in point. Long story short, I got into it with my fucking Harvard Law graduate lawyer. He was a fucking weirdo. He was a fat ass too. Anyway, that's beside the point. He was just kind of an asshole. So I got into a heated argument with him in his office, and when I left, it was over. Pretty much, we're cutting ties, and I had to get my keys because I left them in there, and he let me back in. And when he was letting me out again, he was like, "Yeah, and I don't want to see you here ever again," or something like that. I was like, "Oh, you won't. I'm a ninja." I was fucking with him, dude. Right? And then I left. This motherfucker, he went straight to the court with that shit. But he wanted a restraining order and all kinds of shit on it. Which, anyway, when the guy came to deliver the whatever it was to tell me that I needed to go to court over that issue, I heard the knock and I was like, fuck. I thought the lawyer had actually like gotten charges on me or something for what I said. Like I'm like, oh my god, what have I done? I fucking pissed a Harvard Law graduate lawyer. I insulted him, man. I don't remember what I said, but it wasn't that insulting. But just for by not listening to, I think I slammed my hand on his desk because he wouldn't shut the fuck up. And that's when he asked me, okay, no, you're gonna have to leave now. Yeah, that's what happened. I slammed my hand on his ass because he's like, I don't know, man, he was being a little shit. I'm here to pay the money, motherfucker. You listen to me a little bit more. I got a new lawyer that was great after that, though. But my point with this is I didn't answer the door when I knew that was a fucking cop at my door. That fucker was knocking hard as shit. I think I had some mushrooms in the house at the time, and they weren't legal there at the time, and maybe even some ecstasy. I can't remember. Like in there, so I needed to get a safe and shit before I had all kinds of shit going through my mind, man. I definitely went, and then I went to the door finally after I knew that they had left, and they taped some shit. They taped it to my door, so I knew it was a cop. As soon as you open the door, dude, they can get you. They like stick your foot into the door and shit, and then like it's game over. I needed to take care of some stuff though before any of that. Like I needed to make sure if I was going to jail for anything, I needed to get some stuff arranged. So it was that time. I wasn't like trying to run from the police or anything, but I was trying to think. You open the door, dude, and you can be fucked, actually. Because if they can grab your arm, I think you might be fucked. Even I'm not sure how any of that works. So they're able to cross the threshold with their arm and pull you out if you have a warrant or not. But they're not going to just. They're not always going to come barging into your place if you have a warrant. They might just come and knock the first time. Is what I was thinking. I don't know. Give me a little bit of time to, because dude, getting locked up sucks so much when you got, especially when you have an animal. The animal's not as bad, or like if it's not near the first of the month where you're about to have to pay bills and shit, about to have to pay rent. Maybe you gotta do dishes. We got a bunch of dishes in the sink. You don't want to have maggots when you come back. Plus, I still needed to get another lawyer at that time, and I knew it would be really hard for me to find a lawyer if they got me locked up. And they might have, because he felt threatened of me saying that he wouldn't see me because I'm a ninja. He could say that that was a credible threat, possibly, and that. But you know what? I think that me going back and getting my keys was after I said that, actually. And I was going to let them know that. It was actually, he let me in his office after I said what I said. It made him so nervous. So how scared was he, Your Honor? You know? Sweetie. The lawyer that I ended up getting after that had no clue who he was. He'd never heard of him. The Harvard law lawyer knew my lawyer. My lawyer, the new one that I got, went to, and this is where I learned a valuable lesson. You don't necessarily want a Harvard law or a Yale law or a Stanford law unless you're in the city that Harvard's in or Stanford. Because what I found is you want a lawyer that's got connections, that knows the judge, that knows the prosecuting attorney, that's went to college in that town, grew up there, maybe even. The more the better. You want one that's got history in that city, because those are the ones that are recognized more in those cities. So that's kind of like what I look for now. And he was recommended to me by I knew people that had money in the music industry because I was getting front row tickets at Red Rocks, and I called one of those guys up and I was like, "Hey man, can you recommend a lawyer to me?" It's like, "Hey, there's this guy. He's just pricey, man, but he's probably the best you can get." So I went with him. It cost me $5,000 off the rip. Pop. Motherfucker. Yeah. I couldn't risk it with a public defender. I knew if they got me, that I wouldn't be able to, it wouldn't be as easy for me to lock a lawyer down from inside. And that's what they want, dude, because they know if you get a public defender, they're more likely to get more money. They're more likely to get you locked up for more time. You're more likely to take a plea deal, get more Caltrans, more community service, all that. You got to pay for that not to be as high. So, dude. You saw Justin Timberlake? He has to do a PSA, a commercial and drunk driving, for his DUI. Hello. You want that pocket. Dude, she bends her tail all the way forward almost. She's got some kind of ability. They tried to serve you with a delivery driver. Oh, interesting. Because the reason why I think they could have got me with that, because I was fighting a menacing case. Felony menacing case. Which is, it sounds crazy. It sounds, I just pulled a knife on somebody. I felt threatened, dude. I was having a bad morning and they grabbed my arm and I just wanted them to back the fuck off because I was in their store and I was surrounded by them. Like there were multiple of them and I could have gotten shot that day, dude. If one of them had a gun, they could have been like, that's my, but I wasn't like swiping at anybody. I was just like, stay the fuck away from me. But one of them probably could have shot me. Ow! Come on, man. I put it. I think I ended up putting it away, and I was like, I still wanted to like buy the product. I just wanted him to back the fuck off. And I could have gotten out of that case completely, but I called the cops to like to give my side of it for some dumb reason. And when they did, they got my phone number because the guy took the wrong license plate down. He didn't know that California plates. They were looking up Colorado plates with what his numbers were, and it wasn't coming up. They got me because I called. I'll be doing that again. Cost me $5,000 just for the lawyer. I was on probation for like a year and a half or a year or something. A year. Supervised probation. I had to come talk to him and shit. What a pain in the ass that was. I think I had like if I would have fucked up, I could have went back for something. Yeah, dude, fuck that. What are you doing? Ah! And plus I had to get bonded out. I forgot about that. I had to pay to get bonded out. That cost a ton of fucking money. Thousands of dollars. Yeah, man. I don't even carry a knife with me anymore. That shit. I did for a little while, but I stopped. I don't want somebody to be able to be like, hey, yeah, he pulled that on me if I don't have evidence that I didn't, you know what I mean? And then they look my record up and like, oh, yeah, you do have a history of pulling knives on people, don't you? Huh, it's right here. You must have done it. Yep, get him, lock him up. That's how this shit works, man. That's how they take your rights away. Now I'm nervous to even carry one. I just carry the pepper spray. Oh, really? You're not allowed to grow weed and have guns? Wow. Saturday, happy Saturday. Comment, dude. Type it. Type it differently, man. People gotta know. Yo, there's a Royce members video today, by the way, but I need to figure out what I'm eating for breakfast. Oh. I actually need to give Simon his heart med, which sucks because he's in here. I need out there because she gets weird. I can't risk her licking it. I hate it. I gotta wake him up right now. Oh, come y'all. I knew that one would hold her attention. Ah. Oh man, I messed up by putting this thing on its side, maybe. It's crooked now. Alright, how do I do this? Man, I'm about to have a fresh coconut. Alright. Pop and sip. Okay, did I pop it? Come on, kitty. I'm doing something here. Jeez. What do I sip? Oh, right here. Oh, shit. What? Hold up. Got this little straw here. I got the smallest straw known to man. Nope. We do not have. We do not have a popping, I guess. Did I get a dud? Oh. You just have to have a chopstick with you. Nope. Still not get in there. Oh, I got it. I got it in. Whoa. Kitty, come on, man. What the fuck? Freaking wow. Dude. Stop. Knock it off. Settle down. Holy fucking shit, man. Chill out. I'm not allowed to eat. Charlie, what are you doing? Get us some more toy. So hungry today. Mom's under the house still.
Good morning, everyone. This is Royce Miller coming back at you with yet another episode of Film Foodie. The first episode voted on by my new members tiers. And without further ado, Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Come on, Scooby-Doo, I see you. No, you're not fooling me, and I can see. Oh, yeah, sorry. Look, I know the song. It's been a while, though. And we are covering not one but two items from the Hallowed Halls.
He clearly didn't know the song.
What is this? A hot dog and corn on the cob? Why, no. It is, in fact, chocolate-covered hot dogs and corn on the cob. Oops, sorry. Season 1, Episode 2, A Clue for Scooby-Doo. And Season 2, Episode 4, Jeepers, It's the Creeper. Now, as you can, in both these scenes, we see Shaggy indulging in chocolate-covered items that are not meant to be chocolate-covered. In Episode 2 of Season 1, the episode which introduced one of my favorite villains, the ghost of Captain Cutler, or Captain Cutler's ghost, whichever way you prefer to say it. As they pull into Rocky Point Beach, or Rock Point Beach, I can't remember, Shaggy says, "Oh, I can't wait to have some chocolate-covered hot dogs, zoinks," or something to that effect. And Velma replies, "Yuck, that stomach must be scrap iron." To which Shaggy responds, "Hey, is it my fault my first toy was a garbage disposal?" Which raises a lot of interesting questions about his parents. And then Season 2, Episode 4, Jeepers, It's the Creeper, introduction of one of the most classic Scooby-Doo villains of all time, the Creeper. Not my personal favorite, but still a pretty cool guy. Shaggy mentions when they're going to the school dance held at a barn that he wants to eat some chocolate-covered corn on the cob, and even gets away from dancing with Velma to go to the buffet and get some chocolate-covered corn on the cob. And Velma says, and as Shaggy is dancing away with Scooby, Velma says, I've been a wallflower before, but this is ridiculous." So, there is, of course, the question on everyone's mind. Was Shaggy originally intended to be a stoner? And the answer, I unfortunately believe, is yes. You have to remember that this was 1968, 1969. The hippie movement was known, the flower power movement was well known, and kind of dying out at that time, come to think of it.
Flower power.
Shaggy is this very, he's kind of a stereotype of what hippies looked like at the time. The scruffy beard, the unkempt hair, lanky, wearing really ill-fitting clothing. All he was missing was like a tie-dye shirt and a bandana. Anyway, so they say chocolate syrup. However, we do not see a squeeze bottle in either picture, because I believe this might have predated the use of plastic
fondue.
or the use of plastic squeeze bottles by Hershey's. We see him with a jar of something. It's yellow in the cartoon, and I'm sorry for the black and white printer. And then we see him we have a much clearer image of him actually dipping into something called chocolate syrup here. So,
why does he not have a computer?
I decided to split it halfway. We're gonna have the hot dog with chocolate syrup, and we're going to recreate the actual image Shaggy had of dipping his corn in chocolate.
I guess he doesn't edit anything
in chocolate sauce. I feel like I'm about to get a cease and desist from Smuckers for befiling their good food. Oh, it's so... That didn't work. Hold on. Oh, Lord.
What? Not gonna be bad.
It's probably what it's gonna look like coming out too. I can't believe I said that. That's so gross.
Of course it'll be
All right,
good.
here we go.
What does a corn-based chocolate cereal taste like? Pretty good.
Corn hair. You know, the sad thing is, that's not half bad. Corn is sweet. I can't remember if corn is technically a fruit or not.
Grass. The grain.
It actually go really good with some butter. Here, let's try it with the chocolate syrup instead.
Probably has no chocolate
Don't worry,
in
this
it.
hot fudge will find a good home.
He's gonna leave it next to his bed. What? Is he gonna eat it by the spoonful later?
I just wanted to. This hot fudge will find a good home. I'll eat it with a spoon later.
I knew it.
I don't know. I just wanted to say something stupid. It'll get used though. Like there's 3 dudes here. It'll get used. Anyway.
Why not eat it with the spoon?
No, don't. Oh, damn it.
Ain't nothing holding you back, buddy. You can do.
Oh!
The fuck? You trying to make it messy?
No!
Hershey syrup just isn't very good anyway, though.
No! I don't like chocolate syrup, I'm realizing. Alright. So this is actually double let's try for me because I wanted to get something that emulated the bright red of a cartoon hot dog. So I got natural casing wieners, which I've never had before. I'm hoping that this will actually taste better than a normal hot dog. Then again, I'm about to smother it in chocolate syrup, so... Well, yeah. Now here's my hope here. That it'll be alleviated somewhat by the bread and the hot dog fighting it.
You should put the other chocolate sauce on there.
Lips, past the gums, watch out stomach. Here it comes.
He didn't put the chocolate on it, did he?
Hot dog is pretty good. It's a smoked one, which I thought would be good for emulating the campfire flavor since Shaggy's clearly shown roasting his over an open fire. It's actually overwhelming the chocolate sauce. Here. I'll put some of the hot fudge on because I know you guys are going to suffer.
It'll taste better with that.
Plus, this will get rid of all the corn hair in the fudge. Clark is looking at me like I'm an asshole because I'm putting food that is poisonous for dogs on food he wants. Alright, let's try the chocolate weenie.
Yeah, he knows you're doing that. Dog is so smart. It knows that chocolate is poisonous for it. He is so smart. First, he has a brilliant dog. It tastes kind of funky.
You know? I was expecting more. It's weird. I'm not going to say the chocolate works, but there are two very distinct flavors that I am just eating together. They are staying completely separate, but they are not making each other worse. There is none of the alchemical process that some food has where it will suddenly turn into something horrific in your mouth. I just remembered, I'm pretty sure I sold chocolate glazed popcorn and Cub Scouts too.
Chocolate lace?
I will admit the raw corn is better, or the plain corn is better though. Is this how healthy people eat their corn? No butter, salt, or pepper, just plain? I don't mean with chocolate sauce, obviously.
Healthy people don't eat corn very often, probably.
I'm trying to remember, is corn a berry? Because I'm pretty sure corn is technically a fruit.
He's mildly retarded. A fruit? He thinks he is what he eats all the time. Well, it's not a fruit because you're a fruit, buddy. You should at least... I think olive's actually a fruit, though.
I'm sure a talented chef could probably make this work somehow. Some like mole sauce on chorizo, on a cornbread bun, or a sugar glazed like candied corn on the cob with chocolate. But I am not such a chef. I am Royce Miller, plain Jane idiot, who baked his corn and hot dogs. Sorry, cut, no.
What?
I'll get you a hot dog, just don't sniff at that.
Baked corn, you have to boil it.
If you want to try this, be my guest. I can't recommend it. Here's the main reason why I think Shaggy was a drug addict. Because you would have to have a major case of the munchies to be craving processed meat and sugary chocolate dip in the same configuration. Anyway, that's going to be it for me today. Y'all have a good one. This is Royce Miller. I'm outie.
This video has 25 dislikes. Corn is a fruit. What? It actually is weird because it says right here corn belongs to poke family, and while eaten sometimes as a vegetable and sometimes as a grain, it is actually classified by botanists as a fruit. The fuck? As are cucumbers, zucchinis, squashes, green peppers, and of course tomatoes. So I guess I'm retarded. Why do we call it a grain then? Why does anybody call it a grain then? Technically, most grains are actually a type of fruit. Oh. Maize grain is a fruit, so it's a grain and fruit. Rice is not a fruit. Quinoa fruit? Seed. Oh, it's not even a grain. It's not even in the grass family. The plant's closest relatives include beets and spinach. Wow, interesting. Dude, got a chunk of Jesus crackers somewhere. Ah, yeah, thanks, Mark. Hopefully the next one is a little better. Hopefully this isn't bad inside. I don't like that I can't see it. What I'm drinking. Border Wall Rescue. The fuck? Fucking moron. What was he thinking?
Available to OALS. Medicated transport. Medicated transporting code 3 with
So now we have to use resources to get a fire truck out there. Why the fuck didn't you just walk down to a station or something? What is he doing, man? Fucking asshole. He's just like, no, I'm not coming back down. I'm going back down on the American side. They're gonna put the ladder up and they're gonna help me get over. Better not, dude. I bet they do, though. Oh no, the truck's coming to this side. Why'd the truck always go to the wrong side? Oh. No matter what. Okay, let him figure out how to get himself down. Oh shit. You got up there, get down. Why do we have to help him? If we stopped helping them, they would stop doing it probably. Look at all of them. They're doing it every day. Oh shit. One of those is a ladder. Paid for by the U.S. taxpayer. Fucking rescue mission. But the Biden fucking Harris people will be like, it's because of the Republicans that this is happening. Apparently that top thing that they do, does it make it so that their ladders don't work when they put them on the other side? Dude, why does he have to wear his helmet no matter what? It falls on his head. I guess it might help if he falls out of the ladder. He's got the helmet. Guy's already spending money. He hasn't even gotten here yet. The money is being spent on him. One of us does something like that, we're going to jail. We're not climbing the wall as an American citizen. Like if you were to go to Mexico and come in illegally and get caught like this, and the fire department has to come get you down, and you're like, I'm just doing it for my YouTube, they would take you to jail, dude. But them doing it, they're experiencing persecution. Motherfucker just wants to get laid. Look at his ass. He doesn't even look skinny. Let's get a job and get laid. America. That doesn't mean he's persecuted. Or if I paid $2,000 or some shit for the cartel to help him get across. He knows he's gonna get that right back though within a couple months from us. What the fuck is this? Opening of the People's House? What is that?
Dr. Biden, thank you for convening this wonderful group here on the South Lawn of the White House, which is a very meaningful day for the White House Historical Association. On this extraordinarily sunny fall day, with the White House directly behind us, it's impossible not to reflect on how far that we have come as an organization, and the enduring legacy that began with one remarkable woman. And here we are today as the guest of another remarkable woman, the First Lady of the United States. In 1961, 31-year-old First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy arrived at this historic home with every reason to believe that she and her family would be here for 4 years or perhaps even 8 years. But we know that history took a tragic turn in just less than 3 years. Yet, Mrs. Kennedy was a woman with a mission and a woman in a hurry. Sound familiar to someone else that we work with? What she set in motion in just those 3 short years with conservation, preservation, acquisitions for the White House collection is still what governs that process that we in the White House staff work with to this day. Mrs. Kennedy understood the importance of the White House, not just as a residence, not just as an office, not just as a museum, but as a symbol to all of America and to the world. It was Mrs. Kennedy who actually launched our education mission when she created the very first White House Visitor's Guide. This small step has since evolved into a vast body of work. Today we publish many award-winning books, and one of our projects that I love the most is our White House History Quarterly. Well, when Mrs. Kennedy began this education mission by planting that seed with the guidebook, what she did has now grown to flourish in an extraordinary reach of our education mission to millions of people around the world. And now, with thanks to the hard work and the support of all of you gathered here on the South Lawn, we are taking our boldest step yet in furthering the mission of the association. You know, I have to believe that Mrs. Kennedy would be beaming if she could be with us here today. And just last Wednesday, Dr. Biden and I walked through the People's House across the street, and we were beaming as well, not just with pride in all the work that you've accomplished and that we've accomplished together, but the exciting work that we have ahead of us when those doors open on Monday. I want to express my heartfelt appreciation to the White House Historical Association Board of Directors that's here with us today, led by the extraordinary John Rogers. John, I think you actually began your career in the Eisenhower building, just over here, and I still believe you hold the record for being the youngest assistant to the president at age 27 years old. And you've continued to have a passion for this house, its history, and our mission. And your leadership, your vision, your support, and that of all of our board is what has put the wind in our sails to do this project. So thank you very much. On Monday, when we officially open the doors of the People's House, we'll be excited to see thousands of people coming from all across the country and around the world. But we all know that construction does not end our work, it's just the beginning. It was the pandemic which we realized that our digital content was being so greatly followed. There was a purchasing of our books and our publications more than had ever been before. And I believe that it was because the American people were looking for reliable information from a trusted source. And the White House Historical Association is that source for the history of this house, not just for this period of time, but for whole of our time since John and Abigail Adams moved in November of 1800. And Dr. Biden, you have been personally an extraordinary inspiration to our educational mission. Your commitment to sharing the history and the meaning of this house with the American.
I'm trying an easy open, fresh young coconut.
Grateful, but not just for the past. We have the opportunity to continue working with you well into the future, and I personally look forward to that responsibility and privilege. One of my favorite quotes of Mrs. Kennedy is, "The White House belongs to the American people." Belongs to you, belongs to all of us. And today we continue the very important mission we have of sharing it with the world. So it's with deep admiration, appreciation, gratitude that I thank President Biden and Dr. Biden for their wonderful support of our education mission and for opening up this beautiful lawn to us today. Now it's my privilege to introduce a member of our Next Gen Leaders program, Fig O'Reilly, and I think the president would like that name, that good Irish name.
I'm sure.
Fig was born to an American mother from California, an Irish father from Dublin. She was born in Kentucky, and she has been Miss Universe Ireland and served with great distinction, and now she brings those skills and talents to us in working on our Next Gen Leaders program. Fig, please join us.
Thank you so much, Stuart. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. It is a true honor to stand before you as a representative of the White House Historical Association Next Gen Leaders. On this historic day, we gather to open the People's House, a White House experience. This new education center is more than just a place. It is an invitation to all who visit to engage with the rich history of the White House, to understand its role as a symbol of democracy, and to be inspired by the stories of those who have lived and worked here. This People's House is a place where young minds will be sparked with curiosity, where the next generation of leaders will be encouraged to dream big, and where the lessons of our past will help shape a brighter future. Today, we have the distinct privilege of welcoming a leader whose own life embodies the spirit of service and education that this center will
Help
celebrate.
yourself, could you?
Dr. Jill Biden has touched thousands of lives through her dedication in the classroom and millions more through her passionate advocacy for education. Her message is clear and powerful. Education is not just a path to personal success, but a cornerstone of our nation's strength. It is my great honor to introduce someone who has not only inspired me, but countless students and continues to uplift and empower through her work as First Lady of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Jill Biden.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Fig. You inspire young people to get excited about their education, especially in STEM. And we're lucky to have you guiding the future of the White House Historical Association. And I'm glad to see so many association board members here with us this morning. And I know that you've had a packed schedule these last few days. Your commitment to this project warms my heart. Thank you. Thanks. Earlier, we heard from the Suitland High School Choir, and we appreciate you sharing your voices with us today. And thank you, Emma, JD, and Jonas, for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
What is this though? It's a fake White House that people can walk around in? You don't have to do an insurrection to see the White House. Just come to this one.
Marine band playing the beautiful music that we've heard all morning and afternoon. Joe and I are so grateful to you and your families for your service to our nation. And it's great to see so many kids on the South Lawn. The project that we're celebrating today is for you. Welcome, everyone, to the White House. Doorway by doorway, moment by moment, every piece of the White House is cloaked in history. Whether it's in the cabinet room where
They made
President Kennedy deliberated over the
White
Cuban
House?
Missile Crisis, or the East Room where President Theodore Roosevelt once held a wrestling match. Kids roller skated in the room where we host heads of state, and nearby in the Red Room, First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt held her own press conferences back when women were excluded from the president's press briefings. Some guests at the White House
Yeah, maybe there's a reason for that.
step inside these rooms. In fact, around 3,000 people come through these halls every single day. But the reality is that many people never get that opportunity.
It worked for a long time, didn't it? The non-women thing. Why did we? You know why? Do you know why? The war. The war caused us to be reliant upon Ruby Rivet to keep the war industry going for us, the men, to save the world on the other side of the ocean. Both sides. And I get it. That's why they got the right to vote and all that shit. But was it a good idea to do that? We had our hand behind our back, kind of like they had us. We were like, look what we did for you. You're not going to give us that. Don't go. I mean, they were going to revolt on us probably. I don't know what was going on back then. Women's suffrage movement and all that shit, right?
Scenes to hear from the chief floral designer or glimpse the upper floor of the residence. Until now.
Maybe we should take away
Monday,
the right to vote.
Center will be open to all. The People's House, a
we
White House experience, will bring generations closer to home, to the home behind me, sparking greater curiosity for civics, education, and our democracy. Teachers know that the best way to learn is by involving all of the senses and lingering in the little details that stand out to you. Right across the street, people will be able to interact and experience how our government works. That makes this new space a powerful kind of classroom. Because when people learn more about our democracy, they will be inspired to participate in it. At 1700 Pennsylvania Avenue, in an exact replica of the Oval Office, you can feel the gravity of sitting behind the president's resolute desk. You can join the intense deliberations of a cabinet meeting, and you can get swept away by the 360-degree enactment of a state dinner. Along the way, you'll meet people who have lived and worked here across centuries, from cabinet secretaries advising the president in times of war,
to the
chefs and the ushers and the florists who work together to arrange the most intricate details of American
I bet you gotta
diplomacy.
pay to see it.
Students will imagine themselves as public servants through interactive technology, and teachers will have dedicated spaces to bring their lesson plans to life.
It's free.
You put your whole heart and soul into the People's House. And frankly, I don't know when you found time to sleep. Month after month, you guided this project with careful precision and breathtaking speed. And I've been a part of the process when it went from when it was just an idea to the final touches. And I can't wait for everyone to see it.
I think I can actually
In just a moment,
actually open
a group
this?
of students will load onto a bus to experience this incredible immersive space. I know it will encourage them to embrace the wonder of the White House history and inspire them to shape our nation's future. Thank you, and please enjoy the celebration.
She knows that if I'm standing straight up, she can get out. Hey.
More than 100 people are dead or missing in Mexico's western Sinaloa state since rival factions of the Sinaloa cartel began clashing on September the 9th, with the gruesome violence showing no signs of stopping. That's according to local authorities on Friday, as the country's president points fingers at the United States' involvement. Sinaloa's governor said more than 40 people have been arrested in recent days, including Fernando Perez Medina, known as El Pilli, the alleged security chief for one of the sons of the jailed former Sinaloa kingpin known as El Chapo, who now leads the Los Chapitos faction. The trigger for the conflict between the two most powerful factions of the Sinaloa drug syndicate dates back to July. That's when Ismael El Mayo Zambada, the leader of the faction rivaling Los Chapitos, who allegedly co-founded the Sinaloa cartel with El Chapo, was arrested in the United States. The 74-year-old has since pleaded not guilty to drug trafficking charges at a New York courthouse. He alleges that a senior member of Los Chapitos kidnapped him and flew him to the U.S. against his will. Since fighting broke out on September 9th, shootouts have disrupted daily life in Sinaloa's capital, Culiacan, where schools have had to close on some days, while restaurants and shops shuttered early. Mexico's President Andrés Manuel López Obrador on Thursday said that the United States was partly responsible for the instability because they, quote, carried out this operation. He was referencing the prior surrender talks between U.S. officials and Joaquin Guzman Lopez, the trafficker who allegedly kidnapped Zambada and who is another son of El Chapo's. U.S. officials have privately confirmed that they held talks with Guzman, but U.S. Ambassador to Mexico Ken Salazar said last month American officials were surprised to discover Zambada on U.S. soil. Salazar added that no U.S. resources or personnel were involved in the July 25th kidnapping of Zambada.
Interesting. What the fuck?
Mama Del Rosario started off early this morning. This is a big day. The whole family's coming in.
This is from an hour
all the
ago.
neighborhood's coming in.
He's in the Philippines.
It's a feast day. They're about to prepare for everyone.
You know who that is.
Of course, Myrna's going to make sure I get my exercise in. And this involved walking down the mountain, which was pretty simple. But walking back up the mountain, that was a little bit harder. I will spare the more timid in the world of what led up to this point, but needless to say, they're starting to dress the pig, and the first thing they do is scald it and scrape it. They go through great pains to make sure this thing is processed very, very well before they put it on the jet. So after the
it looks like it just
done,
had
then they go
babies.
through with a straight razor, and
nipples.
actually shave every square
Pregnant?
inch of this hog to make sure it's perfectly clean.
Dude, he's in the fucking jungle. He found himself a...
Here, Papa Del Rosario is pulling off the toenails. They're not coming off like he wants, so he just sticks him back down in some hot, scalding water.
They always have that many...
The family's starting to come in, and the ladies are preparing all the vegetable side dishes and the fruit dishes and everything else that's going to be needed. Some of the things that's going to be used to actually put inside the hog while it's cooking that will make it taste absolutely amazing. This is undoubtedly the best pig I've ever eaten in my entire life, guys.
What is that shit they're putting in there, though?
They separated the rib from the meat, and they stuffed the between the rib and the outer carcass there, they've stuffed green onions, lemongrass, and garlic, and now they're putting in, this is called magic sugar. This combination of ingredients and seasonings is just absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, but what the fuck is in magic
this was the best
sugar
hog I've ever ate in my life.
I need to know.
Unbelievable.
It's like, that's 100% that MSG. This dude just dumped like half a pound of MSG inside this thing. Like, they say it's not bad for you in little small amounts, but I don't know about that much. It's crazy how they're putting that in there between the ribs like that. What the fuck is up with Homie and his bike? What a dickhead.
Once they stuffed it all up, they start to actually suture it all up tight. They start with the rib cage and all the ingredients they put in there.
There are flies on it right now. I mean, those will get cooked.
Finally, they'll suture up the entire incision that has been made.
This guy, someone kick him the fuck out of here. He's being an asshole.
Nalabana dahil no, naligid-ligid dahil na sa sakada. Hapin niya pa sa ano mo traktor, bis dayungan pa sa ano mo.
It's a piss rev.
One thing that I've determined in spending time with my family up here is that mountain people are mountain people no matter where you find them on the earth. They are hardworking, tough as nails, but they love each other, they love their family, and they'll do anything in the world to ensure the safety and security of their family. And they laugh, they have fun, they pick on each other. But at the end of the day, family's everything. And that's just the mountain way. In the Philippines or in the hills of Kentucky or West Virginia, it's still the same.
Mahubog tayo rin ay bino. Balag magbitay ang drive motor. Si Takdong na drive. Dili na tong drive sa kwan.
A second set of sutures will go in to tighten it all up real good and tight so nothing leaks out. And we're about ready to put it on the fire now. So it's one final rinse and then off to the fire pit. The guy in the back here, this is just who he is. I mean, this guy is a warrior. This is extremely heavy on him, and he just keeps on keeping on. I've seen him work all day long, so hard. Such a sweet spirit. Man, I just enjoyed his presence. Meanwhile, back at the house, the ladies are continuing putting together
hanging out in the mud.
The rest of the meal.
Trippy. Look at all the flies.
I'm not sure what this is, to be honest with you.
Looks like intestines. Like chopped up intestines or something, dude.
Meanwhile, back at the house, I have mixed up some cornbread, and Myrna's making hoe cakes out of it. It's the first time they'd ever heard of it. This is where I actually found the cornmeal that we used later at home, and it was a big hit. They really enjoyed it.
Right, sorry.
Oh, that skin. I can imagine if they dropped it right now. That would suck. Drop it right now in the mud. Oh no.
A few taps on the side of the house here to kind of break it loose from the pole that's through its body, and now we're going to insert it into the house. These guys are pros at what they do. There ain't no doubt about it.
This is intense, dude.
Some of the men are now trying the hoe cake for the first time. I'm not sure if they were as excited about it as some of the ladies were. This little boy, he really liked it.
A white-capped cokes.
Where's that pants that I saw? Let's see. These two guys right here, this guy right here, that guy right there, and Papa. They worked so hard today. I watched them start. Them three guys right there. Amazing. And Mama. Mama. Yes. And then all these ladies that's cooked worked so hard.
He's got it too. Sorry. Let's give the thanks for this. You want to? Dear Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this beautiful home. Thank you for this beautiful family.
He's holding his alcohol up.
Food and these that work so hard to prepare it. I ask that you let a special blessing fall upon this home and all those that are represented here. We ask this, Father, in the name of Jesus. Amen.
In her face. That was weird. It's weird how the skin does that. Does our skin do that too? It's supposed to be like eggs, which would taste like pork apparently. Dude, was that whiskey or beer? That was a pretty good video, man. Saturday. I forgot it was Saturday. Dude, I forget what day it is constantly because every day is the same. I have to cat duty. Cat duty all day long, every day. Get a witch.
I was threatened today with eggs.
Who's got primary on this? That's what you mean.
I'll come in too. No, either. No, we don't manipulate investigations.
We set.
Who the f***
you want to fight?
You want to fight? My rights? What are you doing?
You're fighting me,
What are you
pal.
down. Am I detained?
Sit down.
I can walk wherever the until I'm detained.
Sit down.
Who's detained?
Sit down.
Who's
Sit
detained?
down.
I'm about to throw this. You like this shit? You like this shit, mother? In my stop resist! Get the off me!
We're gonna get tased.
I wanna fuck you, bitch. You like fucking with me? You like fuck in my house? Stop resist! Get me. Get the fuck off me.
We're gonna get tased.
Yeah, guess what that does? It makes me madder, motherfucker. You didn't detain me? You got no case? Get the f*** off me.
Stay here, dude.
I can go in my house if I want.
Stay here.
Stay here. Yes, I can.
Stay here. Stay here.
You are not allowed in my house. Get the f*** out. We need to stay here.
Stay here.
Am I detained?
Yes, you're detained.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
You are.
Battery to a police officer.
You batteried me, motherfucker. said I was going to my house, you put your hands on me first. You got it. Without being under arrest. I got his hand. Bring him over. You never. Get his arm. Get his arm. I got it. I got it. There you go. Cross him. Got it. Got it. His other arm. Okay, Jimmy, get his. I gave you. All right, cuff him. Come on, cuff him. You got cuffs? Yeah. 42. Everything's 10-4. We got one detained. Scum will start red. Can't breathe. 319. 42 start red to our location. Give me up. To a police officer. Relax. Relax. 10-9. Right now, injury. He's going to be detained for a battery to a police officer. No battery. Yes, sir. You hit me first. No, sir. You got battery, you got yeah. Good job. You hit me first. Without charging me, without detaining me, you hit me first. I tried to go to my house. That's not battery. It's defense. Okay. Self-defense. Whew. Talk with your lawyer about that. That was fun, though. Turn it up. Whew. You don't have to push on me, man. Just keep me upright, my man. You got me cuffed. All right. I'm keeping you upright right now. We don't want to catch you more fist to the face, okay? Oh, you're out of breath, not me. Sounds like you are. Yeah? Be disrespectful. I'm not disrespecting you. Oh, sir, yes you did. I've been here, my man. My is bigger than yours. Yeah, keep pressing me off to the side. Hey, knock it off, man. Keep pressing me off to the side. I'm not pressing. I'm keeping. Yeah, bullshit. I'll show you who's. Okay. Don't disrespect me. I won't disrespect you. Do yourself a favor, man. Just be quiet for a minute, okay? You're already cuffed up, all right? You've done enough. Everyone's okay inside, right? Yeah. Yeah. You want to go just double check? Check on the kids, too. Kids are asleep. Well, we're going to check them on you. Oh, they were. Until she called and woke them up to cause some problems. You guys good? Yep. Good. Good? Good? You just got me in the face a little bit. Got me one? No, I didn't. You look good. Thank you, sir. Your face is fine. Can we wipe the... My face can we wipe the... Right? We're just going to wipe the dirt off your face. Close this eye. Yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah. You're straight. Yeah, I just want to make sure nothing's fucking... Oh, knock that. Knock that up. 29 radio check. 29 radio check. Live and clear. Man, tonight's a rough night. Most action you had in months. In about 45 minutes. 45 minutes, my ass. Well, what it is about this side of town. You mean right since the last time you met me? No, you're not the only guy in town that's an asshole. Oh, I am. Well, I'm not an asshole. Yeah, I was about to say you were fine with me last time I met you. Yeah, I know, I'm not an asshole. But when I get into my house and with, I gotta be a little bit of an asshole. You don't have to be an asshole with us, man. Yeah, I do. I just want to make sure nothing's wrong. Well, when I start to get pushed around at my house. Yeah. Okay, but you know why we're here, right? It's not the first time we dealt with you. Yeah, I know why you're here. My wife cunt and decides. Don't take that out on us. Just sit there, let her tell her story, then we'll come out and talk to you and take your story. Yeah, well. You don't have to end in a fight every time. It is a fight since the first time. If it was different the first time you guys came, it might be different every other time. Were we the same officers the first time? No, sir. Well, then it could be different with different officers. It could have been different, but... Yeah, man, last time I met you, everything was fine. It's still fine. Yeah, it was... Well, other than our little tussle.
Yeah.
But can't make you guys come out here for no reason. You hit the gym.
All right, you took 4 guys. I think you're good.
No, so you guys gotta hit the gym. So does it. Someone hit me so hard my contact got knocked out. It's first.
My contact's knocked out too.
No shit. She was getting bored.
I don't know. You're just mumbling. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just mumbling. Shut the fuck up. You're the one who fight, didn't it?
I started the fight?
Yeah, you did. You want to take these off?
No.
You want to take these off and finish it?
The fight. That's why the fuck your cuffs now.
Wait, listen to you on my property? You better listen to me, motherfucker.
No.
My property. Who the what are you, 26? Small dick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yep.
Don't talk to me that way. You will get that way.
No, I don't think so.
On my property? Trespassing?
I'm not trespassing.
Yeah, bullshit. You weren't invited.
You're not a fucking lawyer. Do you know nothing about law?
You know nothing about law. You know nothing about law. Where's your law school?
Why is this
You
redacted?
cool with me?
Yep.
What'd I tell you? So we're getting kids checked out, make sure they're okay, right?
Yep. And then who's this asshole?
Now all this is happening, right?
Yeah, this asshole.
Listen, we don't need this.
It was escalated for what reason?
We don't need it.
Be a man.
You man, motherfucker. Get the fuck from me.
No.
This is my house, not yours. This is my block, not yours, mother. Bet.
All right, listen, Jay.
Bet.
Jay,
hey, come on, take these cuffs off, motherfucker. Whose block it is?
Be nice. Be nice.
Hey, we're gonna make sure you're good. We're gonna make sure you're good. Okay?
You disrespect somebody in their house and
Evening. Hey, man. Hello.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
A couple of traumatic injuries out here. We're gonna go take a look inside.
No traumatic injuries.
Yeah.
We have pussies out here, but you need to take care of the kids.
How you doing?
Traumatic injuries, my.
Do you have any injuries, Jay? You're good?
Other than hurt feelings from this. With this flashlight. Oh, you like that? You like shine a flashlight in someone's eyes? Yeah.
Yeah, we're okay. All right. And you are not alert and oriented.
I've not, Frank.
He's got a cut. You already said you did.
Right.
No, I
You got a
didn't.
cutting arm. Yeah, you did. You said
No,
I
I have a cut on my arm.
Okay.
You're a scumbag. Get the I don't want to hear from you.
You're gonna take a
No, this fuck started the fight, started the altercation, got physical, and then I'm gonna beat his ass if I ever see him out on the street.
You're gonna see him.
Yeah, I'm gonna see you, see you.
I know.
And you're done for.
Okay, so then you want to
not cooperative.
Yeah, yeah, too.
Not cooperative.
Like he's already got.
I'm good. Leave me alone. I'm fine. No head trauma. I've been before. Get away from me.
Let's see what you got.
Hey, you good? Hey, can you
just want to make sure he's fine too. No investigation needed.
Sorry.
Fine. No, you're good. But where is he? This flashlight.
Do you guys have?
That's a bastard.
We do something called page 1.
Shut the f up. You touch me again, dude, I'm gonna start shit again. Don't touch me. Just don't touch me.
Then don't move.
You touch me first.
I won't touch you.
You shut the up.
Do we have an ID for this
You
guy?
talk for a second instead of put your hands on me. You can touch it. If this guy touches me again, I'm gonna get him away from me. Just away from me.
I'm here. All right, Jay? Thanks. I'm gonna get the hose. No. I want you to sit down still.
I don't have a hose in my hand.
Yeah, so you feel it right here? Yeah, hose there.
What is that?
That's the hose, dude. The water hose.
You guys cuff the hose into my hand?
No, it's just underneath.
It's coming out. Yeah, you cuff the hose in my hand. That was it's a hose. It's long. I can still
long as shit.
Go ahead.
All right, lean into it. Yep. 1, 2, 3, up. Okay. Hold on, Jay. Yeah. The hose out? No. Give me a second.
That's hilarious.
I don't need fucking.
I'm going to take the hose out.
Yeah, we're gonna use the stretcher. Yeah.
There you go.
As the armed militants drove off, drones were used to take out and eliminate them. That information all coming in from the Israel Defense Forces. The Israeli military has released this video showing today's attempted hijacking of humanitarian aid vehicles meant for Gaza civilians and the elimination of the armed terrorists responsible. Take a look at your screen there. The Israel Defense Forces saying it was conducting an operation to secure the humanitarian route when armed militants were seen robbing and attempting to take control of that truck. As the armed militants drove off, drones were used to take out and eliminate them. That information all coming in from the Israel Defense Forces. This all comes as the war in Gaza nears the one-year mark following the October 7th attack by Hamas on Israel. And as tension between Israel and Hezbollah continues to intensify after this week's electronics explosions that Hezbollah says was Israel's, quote, declaration of war. Still, though, important to note that Israel has not claimed responsibility for those attacks. However, Israel did say that on Friday it killed top Hezbollah commander Ibrahim Akil. He'd been on America's most wanted list for many years following the bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. That was back in the 1980s. A lot to talk about here, as always, so let's bring in Hussein Abdul Hussein, a research fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thanks for having me on.
Of course. Well, before we get to the situation that is taking place between Israel and Hezbollah, I do want to talk a little bit more about that video that did come in from the IDF not too long ago, as we, of course, see the terrorists who are trying to hijack that humanitarian aid vehicle. It seems as though we've seen that happen a lot over the past several months, which kind of plays into the fact that some of those supplies are not necessarily making it to the civilians in Gaza.
Well, absolutely. We know that this is a pattern and this is a trend. This is how Hamas conducts business in Gaza. There are two reasons why they do this. Number one, they take these aid, they sell them, and they profit off of them and use the money to buy more arms and wage more war. And number two, they want to make sure that the Gaza population feeds off of Hamas's hands. They are terrified that if aid comes from another source, then the Gazans would have an alternative to Hamas, an alternative to live, to eat, and to have a better life. So these are the two motives. They've been at it for the past 10 months. Now we're seeing video document, and I'm happy to see that the IDF is dealing with these terrorists.
I want to pop up this image right here because we talked about this just a moment ago, but what do we know about Ibrahim Akil and how significant is his death? Again, this is some of the video and the photo, of course, provided there by the IDF.
So one thing to keep in mind.
This is what TwitchCon looked like.
Thank you.
Oh my god, I didn't realize it was him.
Wait. Why is it? Oh.
He went to TwitchCon. I met this asshole.
Sorry. Wait. It used to be Battle Cam? Yeah. What is Battle Cam? It was.
I didn't realize that's who this was. I don't like this guy.
Oh, I do that already. I already showed that. Wait, saving
Like, I don't want to hear him say anything.
This.
I don't want to see him. Fuck, I don't like this guy.
Pretzel? It was fine. Alright.
He's getting old, man. Look at that gray hair. Get the chance to see it. Probably better for you. Venezuelan gang caught shoplifting with drugs. Chicago Oak Brook Mall. I used to live near this mall.
Stay right here.
I don't know, she's not
You want all four of them?
It's just the two females.
Just the two females? Paul, can you see if you can get ID on him? Yep.
Our caller's out of town. She was.
You got all your stuff back from her? You think? Okay.
Oh, who? This guy? Yeah. This my dude? No, yo tengo licencia. No? No? Can I check? No tengo nada. Can I check? ¿Te pique Spanish? No, very little. Him too? Him too? Let's see. There you go. Hey, just right here. No, you're good. No, you're good. Right now, you're good. Just relax.
They look like fucking kids. They're getting their brightest.
¿Trabajo de Fullers? Sí, trabajo. ¿Tienes licencia? ¿Licencia de conducir? No. No. No? No. Okay. No driver's license, but it works for ¿Identidad?
No comprende.
¿Identificación del trabajo? ¿Qué es tu trabajo de Fullers? Detallista. ¿Qué? Detallista. I don't know what that is. Okay. I was trying to ask him what his job is at Fullers. Sí, allá en Contestai. ¿Dónde es Fullers? Aquí en Contestai, donde José López. Ahí, donde el jefe José López Contestai. ¿Sabes? Con la Ranger.
Dude, they're making law enforcement have to fucking go through some extra shit. You know what I mean? Having just communicating with them. It takes forever for them to take care of shit because they gotta get someone bilingual out there, and then Venezuelan dialect's gonna be different than Mexican.
What's you're doing slum and doing this, huh?
Hey, nobody else in the work, so I gotta do it.
You're gonna have to talk.
Aren't you glad you came to work today?
Yes.
No, you're not.
You're under arrest. You have to talk to. You have to
This is
Okay.
no, that's the same thing as the other guys got.
Okay. How old are you guys?
Looks fake. Yeah, doesn't know what that is.
Okay. 27? 28? 27?
No silver.
30?
No silver.
Sisters?
No something.
Ninas? Just amigos?
Just doesn't look right from the backside. I think it's good.
Look like a fake hound.
So she actually bought these blue skunk.
If you got enough guys here, I gotta do something for Angie with some LPR cameras that I'm trying to figure out.
I'll charge all of them because the boys selected half of the stuff too. Yeah.
Okay. So you're good here then?
Just two transfer. We did just put them two. If you guys are okay with
If you got enough guys here, I gotta do something for Angie with some LPR cameras.
Then depending on what they're layered in, I'll charge all of them because the boys selected half of the stuff too.
that's perfect.
So you're good here then?
So just two transport codes. We could just put them two instead of whatever. If you guys are okay with transporting two of them?
Yeah, sure.
Of course. You at Fuller's? You work at Fuller's?
¿Trabajas en Fuller's?
Sí.
¿Dónde? Which one?
Yeah, ¿dónde?
Contestar.
Hang on. Hinsdale? Westmont.
Oh, we got somebody that speaks.
I don't know what you're saying. Here.
We got help.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you ask him what Fuller's he works for and where? What Fuller's he works for and where?
¿En qué Fuller's trabajas?
En Fuller Carwax, en Contestar.
Countryside. Okay. Is he going to work or coming from work?
¿Vienes de trabajo o vas?
Hoy lo tuve libre porque, bueno, me soltaron como a las 10 porque por el tiempo de lluvia.
Okay.
Okay, we're taking off.
Yeah, we're gonna take off. We're gonna take off for purposes.
Clothes underneath this pants.
Hey.
I just want to make sure because she's got littered.
Search of the Miranda's and then before we ask her that.
He searched.
So
we know he's wearing pants.
So we'll wait for Lou.
Okay.
No offense.
So what do you
Can we get these two have names? We already have their identity.
We don't have hers.
Can you try to get their names for me?
Their
please?
names?
Yeah, here.
Yeah, I did.
Are you okay with writing them down?
She said something about. Did she have something about having an ID on her phone? Yes.
What a pain in the ass. I gotta deal with all this extra shit because they're immigrants.
Here, you know what? Stand up. Anyone else? I know. Yeah, and they're all like 27, 28. Just one. Here, sit down. Take off again, okay? Hold on.
I started a video.
I'll send you all the names and everything. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're gonna need
We got car keys? Yeah, Shelly's got one. I'll just get into the car.
They have a brand new car? Or is that their car? No, that's the...
Nissan?
Look at this key fob they got. How do they have that?
I wonder if it's this. Take the watch off? Yeah.
Shoes, you get shoes. Take them off. Take off. Take
Zapatos, take them off.
That would too.
Are they retarded? Oh, just the one. We just want the one shoe.
Bring this up. Down. Yeah. Okay. And they all have some. We're good. No, I know, but at least it's something.
They all get to do that now.
No tiene nada.
The female gets to do it. Oh, different ones.
¿Dónde está el carro? ¿Dónde lo dejaron?
No, un amigo anda en el carro, se fue.
¿Un amigo anda en el carro?
Boom.
No tiene nada, agujas, cuchillos, pistolas, nada.
Full unit 4763.
Yeah, no, they need to take all that stuff. ¿Tienes ID?
Sí, o sea, mi pasaporte.
¿De dónde está?
Espérame, lo tengo en...
¿Lo tienes en tu bolsa? ¿De dónde eres?
¿De Chile? ¿Cuánto tienes acá? ¿Menos de un mes? No. ¿Cuánto tienes? ¿Qué es eso?
Eso es un juguete. I don't think they ripped any price tags though, just a sensor.
Price tags in
Yeah, so it should be good, I think.
price tags in this book.
You might have some on them, but we'll check them better later. Okay. Pasa para acá. Okay.
X-ray 1 check stop. X-ray 1 drive. Haven Hills 67, David Sam 71724, David Sam 71724.
Hey, Lovelace. Pasa a la derecha acá. Toma asiento acá. Okay.
Supposed to be doing all this.
Do you have anything in there?
It's just that he has a catalog piece.
¿Dónde está el carro? ¿Dónde lo dejaron?
Un amigo anda en el carro, se fue.
¿Un amigo anda en el carro?
Whatever you want to do.
A ver.
No, just because I have them in my car. No, it's the same powder that's on the spoon. Copy there? That's mine. It's gonna look real good for you guys. Thanks.
You just want you to look good, dude.
You guys hear my Spanish?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Look on phonics. I don't know how good they're gonna be at. What's up, Daisy?
What's up, dude? Long time no see you.
I'm here. Part of the fun.
I'm glad you're here, dude. You're missing out on all the fun.
Pulling out.
I'm not gonna.
Are you,
I'm not gonna mess with this. I'll just keep
Is he from Chile too?
¿Dónde tienes tu pasaporte?
En mi casa en Wisconsin.
¿En tu casa? A ver, ¿qué tienes en la bolsa? Porque le voy a hacer un examen.
Sí, no,
¿Qué es?
era un poco de tusi.
¿De qué?
¿Tusi?
¿Qué es eso?
No sé qué es.
No sé cómo le dices tú. ¿Qué es? ¿Coca, heroína? ¿Qué es?
Es un polvo que venden, es algo nuevo. Que tiene un poco de todo, como que deja flotando.
Some kind of like that.
It's from Nicholas. Nicholas Bokovo.
Yeah, but he had this one.
Oh, okay. Okay, there you go.
Sí, es solo eso, tusi. No se conoce mucho aquí, pero...
Por otro nombre, quizás.
¿Vitamina? Sí, como ketamina con algo.
Some ketamine.
Se vende mucho en Miami.
Huh? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Oh, good stuff, guys. Though.
Thank you. Tell Pierce thank you.
What's up?
We have both flash on the phone. He thinks she hasn't been there in 7 months.
Oh, I'll take it.
She thinks he's lost her house.
It's stuck there. Remember, he didn't have it.
¿Ya que puede pasar al baño él?
Sí, ahorita está el cargador que venga. Ahorita te paso a ti primero, ¿ok?
Ok.
Definitely somebody expired October.
Put him out? Yeah, let me take him out and search. Let me take this guy out first. Where's that guy? There's a stealer. Ahora sí. ¿Será que puedo soltar un poco esta después aquí? Sí, ahorita los voy a quitar acá. Ok. They're moving around back there too much.
Hello. You got this way.
Chicago Public Schools now facing criticism for how it has handled the thousands of migrant students in Chicago classrooms.
Yeah, some CPS teachers tell WGN Radio they've been pressured to pass migrant students on to the next grade, whether they're ready or not. WGN's Christine Flores reports on the controversy and has the district's response.
Oh, good evening. I spoke to WGN radio reporter Sylvia Snowden, who says she came across this story by simply talking to teachers. She says they didn't work at the same school or even in the same network within CPS, but they did have similar stories that they were instructed to give passing grades to immigrant students regardless of their academic performance, something that new arrival families raised concern about.
The teacher said specifically that she was instructed to give this student passing grades and send her on to the next grade level, even though in this particular case, the student was testing at a kindergarten level.
That is the basis of the story Sylvia Snowden reported on Wednesday regarding Chicago Public Schools and newly arrived migrant students. Snowden verified at least 2 CPS teachers who worked at different schools in predominantly black neighborhoods in the South and West Side. According to the report, neither offered English as a second language support.
I was told that the experience was extraordinarily challenging, firstly because this is a teacher who spoke no Spanish, and she was given a student who spoke no English.
They just tell them sit there, read a book, or they let them be on their phone, or just they're not understanding anything that's going on, and they want to understand, they want to learn.
Director of the Little Village Community Council, Baltasar Enriquez, says those families have been reaching out to them.
They're the ones that were telling us, my son is not learning. and they're not even teaching him in his language.
As part of the report, WGN Radio cites an interview with Chicago Public School Superintendent Pedro Martinez from August 26, where he initially maintained that migrant students were held at the same academic standard as CPS students born in Chicago. However, a CPS spokesperson then acknowledged to WGN Radio that guidelines were, quote, modified to serve the specialized needs of English language learners. Today, we reached out to CPS to confirm, and a representative said they can't check the veracity of the claims because no names were provided of the students, schools, or teachers. They went on to say this last summer, 465 elementary school English language students were promoted. The majority of them met the criteria, and 84 were retained. Community organizers say there's still lots of work that needs to be done.
The teachers that are doing their best, man, thank you for doing the best that you're doing. We've seen some of the teachers frustrated because they can't communicate with the student.
It's an issue that Snowden says they'll continue looking into as this new school year progresses.
We want to make sure that what's best for them in their futures is really what remains a focal point of the story. And as we continue digging, we are going to see sort of what other supports these students have or haven't been getting.
Baltasar Enriquez confirms he's working with families out of 2 elementary schools in the city's south and west side. And he says these are families who don't know the language, don't know how to navigate the system, and are concerned that their children are falling behind. Reporting in Little Village, Christine Flores, WGN News.
Oh, sounds good too. Get on out of here on this one, y'all. It's Saturday, so much news going on. Cats are fed. Yeah, that's true. Just taking that Spanish class. Now, thanks for hanging, Sister T, and I, as well as holding it down. Out to all the mods. Ted Thomas. Second one. Steve Trevor. Third. Thank you. I know Glass. Cool. Thank you. There you go. Go in. Thank you. Just Bongo. Thank you. Thanks everybody. You didn't hear? Oh, never mind. Rolled up. Have a good day yourself. Miss Bunk says 10 times to everybody. Go Core 100. Anybody else that might be here. Have a great Saturday. Weekend day. I have to get some more cat food now. All out.
Another one.